stories that made it on the news. So the lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, lawmakers at the National Assembly, have urged the federal government to prioritize water transportation. And they've also asked that the federal government should address the issue of flooding, insecurity, and improve inland waterways across the country. According to them, they say that the Ministry of Inland Waterways has been neglected, unlike air transportation. So water transportation has not really been given much attention as other forms of transportation in Nigeria. That ministry, 11.7 billion has been appropriated for it for the year 2025. But there are issues why, even for patronage, some persons wouldn't want to go through the waterways. There's issue of insecurity, there's issue of not having enough boats that can ferry passengers, to their destination, and some other things that they should have, like life jackets, having enough and good ones, should there be any boat mishap, things like that. These are some of the issues that the lawmakers at the National Assembly have raised and asked the federal government to prioritize as they're looking at boosting inland waterways transportation.
Well, I think it's a very beautiful observation that as a country we have basket of means of movement of people from one place to the other. But the government is already overburdened, and I think that's a huge challenge. What will government focus on? Education is neglected. Healthcare is neglected. So it's not just public transportation that's having this challenge. And I think it's, they, even at the National Assembly, creatively look for how to create that environment where private sector can play in that transport system, just like every other. I don't think all the motor doing commercial transportations are owned by government. So what government does is to provide the basic facilities and amenities that can help this work. But again, we're also looking at the Ministry of Blue Economy, really, to also be at the forefront of this crusade, bringing in investors, whether local or foreign, to invest in the facility that could help strengthen water transportation in Nigeria. Lagos has done well also to a very large extent in investing in that infrastructure, but I don't think there's so much of private participation, and I think that is what is really required at the present, so that people who live around riverine area will be able to have access to come through the city using very short routes. I remember a friend of mine who used to live in the mainland, and when he had moved to Ikorodu, he was working on the island. And he said when he was in the mainland, he used to wake up around 4 a.m. trying to get onto the island. And by the time he moved toward the Ikorodu area, it's just one drop at the boat. And he wakes up at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and before 7:30, he's already on Victoria Island. It's to tell you how proximate the water is, especially in the Lagos area. Investment in those infrastructure can actually help people in those assets, and then the roads are decongested, and then a free flow of movement all across the country.
Yeah, I think that for private participation too, you would have thought that, maybe you would have big companies put their money in, they invest, but it seems left to, individuals. So the quality of the boats that you see, sometimes if you have reason to use them, you're even scared for your life, So it's not really organized. The organization maybe can be done by government, and then the investments can be done by private individuals or companies. So maybe the individuals can be merged, so it's not just one man making by himself a boat or being able to afford one, which may not be in very good condition. That's how some of them manage the the boats sometimes. And there have been cases of boat mishap that have claimed lives. And in some of those cases, the passengers on the boat were not wearing life jackets, even when some of them had it on. They were not very good ones that could keep them afloat before rescue comes. You know, things like that. So there needs to be more organization for water transportation by the government agency responsible for it, and then investment can be done by the private sector.
I totally agree with both points made by you and Doctor. Much more needs to be done because so far, what we've seen as far as our waterways are concerned, I wouldn't particularly say that they've been it's been very, very encouraging what's been happening in our waterways. I mean, we've all highlighted most of the issues. We're talking about insecurity, we're talking about safety issues, even insecurity as a matter of fact, because, you know, piracy is also a thing. But in that regard, we seem to have had a little bit of success because I reckon due to the Deep Blue project by the, the Blue Economy Ministry, we've been successfully taken off the piracy list. I think this was the year before last or something. So in that regard, we've managed to deal with that. We've managed to curb that. However, the dysfunction, you know, is still palpable. You can still feel it because, just as you said, Blessing, and rightly so, if you were ever, you know, disposed to take a ride in one of those boats, you would be wearing your heart on your sleeves because of how, you know, how funny it moves and how, you know, all over the place it is, and it's quite disturbing. I mean, I've had one or two rides on them in the last couple of years. I think the last time I entered one of those was it was one of those supposed cruise boats, as it were. This was in 2001, you know, and I wasn't at ease, if I'm going to be very honest, throughout the entire journey. But, you know, overall, it's important that more needs to be done in terms of regulatory standards, enforcement standards, because there's much more that can happen besides just, you know, the transport facilities on the waterways. There is also a lot, you know, a whole lot that can be realized from our marine sector, from the marine sector in the country. There's, I mean, Doctor mentioned the government putting infrastructure in place and then letting private partners come and handle, you know, proceedings, as it were, because I mean, it's also been said that there's a chance of a 40 billion naira prospect, if you like, in that sector that is not being realized because of the poor handling of the sector or because of the neglect, if you like, of the sector. So if you put these things together, you realize that while we are, you know, trying to get revenue from different sectors of the economy, there are the other ones that we should also cast our sights on, but we aren't as yet, for whatever reason, best known to the universe. So I think, you know, both the NIMASA, both the Inland Waterways Agency, both the Marine and Blue Economy Ministry need to, you know, pull efforts, you know, work concertedly and make sure that more attention is focused on the maritime sector to, you know, block the loopholes, as it were, because that's also a channel for maritime smuggling, as it were, which has a negative impact, if you like, on the economy. All right, we're talking about a loss of revenue when certain things are carted away through that channel. So, again, there are prospects. It has enormous prospects if properly harnessed. Whether or not that's going to happen by the people who are supposedly in charge of handling the affairs of the ministry is left to be seen.
Well, the good news is that 3 agencies under the Ministry of Maritime Ministry of Maritime are self-funded, and according to the minister, they are remitting some funds to the government. So I think plowing back some of those funds to help develop that ministry would be good. Like you've mentioned, there are several benefits that Nigeria can get from the maritime sector, but we seem to be focusing on maybe 1 or 2 aspects, which is the shipping aspect, really. But there are other aspects of it that can be tapped in. For instance, there is Marine mining, there's aquatic mining that Nigeria is not even looking into. There are a lot of resources in the waters that Nigeria can actually benefit from. Are we talking about fishery? There's a lot to be gotten from there. Are we talking about other minerals underwater that Nigeria can get from? So there's a lot of benefits that could come in. And I think the government needs to encourage local participation. Yes, we have local participation, but it's still relatively low when we look at what we should have in the maritime sector. It seems like that space, you have more foreign companies controlling that space because of how capital intensive it is. But there's something that these agencies can do. You know, when you act like the middleman or the one who's bringing investors together and actually directing where the investments should go to, or opening their eyes to areas that perhaps they're not seeing potentials in, that too would also help in helping Nigeria get the full gains from its maritime sector. We'll leave that and we'll go over now to the oil sector, where the NNPCL has uncovered some illegal refineries in Nigeria. So we're a total of, we've uncovered several illegal pipeline connections and also illegal refineries. 58 illegal refineries and 19 illegal pipeline connections were uncovered in 2024, according to the NNPCL. About 589 spills happened, which were caused by oil theft. The question actually is, how do these people who make or who create illegal pipelines connections, how do they do that without being noticed? It's not just one pipeline. So now they've uncovered 19 illegal pipeline connections. From when they start to make these illegal pipeline connections to when they start using them, and they're creating multiple pipelines, that they are not discovered. For the illegal refineries, I know that we've also seen in the news when several of them are uncovered, or sometimes when you have the Joint Task Force conduct a raid and search in those areas, and some of the people involved are apprehended. But it seems like this is something that cannot totally go away. Why do we still have that problem prevalent? We know a lot of this happen in the creeks, and to monitor what happens in the creeks is difficult. But we have the Joint Task Force, and we also have contracts. This was contracted to a firm to handle investigation of the creeks and the waterways, what happens to pipelines and what happens around oil facilities.
I think it's quite very embarrassing that we have basic structure of government that should look into some of all these things. And yet, we can still be talking about this happening over and over again. And I think what requires really that a government muster the will to deal with this hydra-headed challenge that has plagued the oil industry for too long. And I'm also very worried why even the locals, who are the direct victims of some of the consequences of this illegal mining, refining, and pipeline vandalization, are themselves not crying out enough. That's worrisome, because all these activities are done on people's land. And people know that these things are happening. And maybe because there's so much of complicity between the security agents and the people themselves, and then the bunkers. Otherwise, this problem has stayed with us for too long. And we are still struggling to even meet up what we're supposed to be able to produce on a daily basis. And you can imagine these connections into the pipe, and they're taking this thing away. So I think nobody can fight the government and win. So government must be determined if it must have to meet the promises it makes to the electorate, then it must show up the source of its revenue. And one way to do this is to focus energy, because there seems to be a lot of sabotage in that area. And the people who are even giving us this information, and I think they should be able to say this thing, because these things are not done by spirits. They are done by humans. And some of these activities are not done in the night, they are also done in the day. So we have police that has helicopters that can do surveillance, even around the forest. So we should have enough details on who is perpetrating this crime. And then we bring them to book and can find sanity in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria.
David.
Yes, I agree with Doctor on the point where he spoke about the locals and spoke about complicity. He talked about them perhaps being in the know with regards to these things. To add to that, I would say that a lot of the times we ignore the root causes of some of these things. It's one of the implications, one of the very many implications of the problem that is being talked about right now, which is oil theft and oil spills and all of that. When you dig deeper, you'd see that at the root of anything smuggling, at the root of anything oil theft, at the root of anything related to that sort of or to those sorts of sharp practices that have the capability of bleeding the country of finance, you'd realize that in most cases it's tied to how the conditions of living are for these people in these hinterlands, because they want to make a kill at every opportunity that they get. And so how do they do it? They enter sharp practices like this because it's in their neighborhood, it's in their locality. They know where these things are, these pipelines are, these facilities are, and because they think, oh, you know what, we've been robbed for too long, we've been denied our quota for too long, we are the producing communities or the host communities as the case may be, and we're not being given a fair share of our resources and everything. Cue in the argument of resource control and whatnot. Yes? So all of that is still, a conversation that is ongoing. So when you look at it broad strokes, you see that these people aren't particularly doing what they're doing because they just want to do it. They're doing what they're doing because they feel like they have been, shortchanged over the years. But again, as I said, it is one of the implications. We're talking about community conflict. They're all in competition with each other with regards to getting access to stolen oil, which, as we've seen over the years, led to cases of violence and all of that, where one faction is fighting another faction, or one community is fighting another community over proceeds of quote and unquote illegally gotten oil, or if you like, oil theft, as the case may be. So again, you have other social impacts like health concerns. A couple of years ago, was it High Prep, I think, was part of the initiative set up, right? They were part of the initiative set up to tidy up oil spills in the Niger Delta, where IOCs and the government and, of course, host communities came together to make sure that they curbed this huge, health concern or health hazard and environmental hazard too, because they couldn't go about their means of livelihood. Their businesses, fishing, stopped essentially, because where were they going to fish? In oil or in water? That's another problem, because when you have that, that microeconomy being hampered, when you look at the overarching effect, you see that one way or another it has a knock-on effect on the wider economy. So these things go far deeper than we think that they do. We've not even talked about revenue loss overall to the country, reduced investment, because the prevalence of oil theft in the country would potentially deter an investor in the oil and gas sector, because when they look at all of what's going on, it doesn't particularly fill them with any confidence, as it were. So they would more or less be reluctant to want to put their money in the sector. So as it were, I need the NNPCL. Fine, it's great. It's all fine and dandy that they were able to uncover these things. But I need them to go beyond just uncovering. I need them to do more by working with the relevant security agents to make sure that this menace is something we can forget and consider a thing of the past or distant memory, as it were. Yes, they have been, unsubstantiated, I'll use that word, unsubstantiated cases of complicity on the part of, security agents. Names have been dropped. I don't want to mention the portions of the security architecture of the country, but you know the ones, we're talking about that have been mentioned as being complicit. But again, as I said, they are allegations, they are unsubstantiated, they play within the realms of hypotheses, as the case may be, or assumptions, as the case may be. So, but then again, I need the NNPCL, who is making this discoveries rather, or unveiling, to work with the relevant agencies to make sure that no stone goes unturned, and every single person, people, individuals, groups, whatever, that have been responsible up until this very moment be brought to book.
Okay, good. You touched on the part where you said there have been cases of alleged complicity of some security agents in the issue of oil theft. Because when the contract, the firm was contracted to handle investigation of oil theft, some persons were wondering then, why would you contract that to a private firm when you have the Joint Task Force, you have yes, there's marine police in Nigeria, so why would you give that to a private firm? But because the integrity of the security agencies have been brought to question over time, so I think that necessitated a neutral or a believed neutral body to take on that task. And at that time, after a while, we saw that the level of oil theft reduced a bit, and so the output that Nigeria could get now has increased from what it was at that time, about 900,000 barrels per day. It's come up to about 1.5, 1.6, sometimes 1.4, depending. So there's been some improvement, but that is not to take out the issue of complicity of some of this security agents. Now, to the issue of illegal refineries. Here, there's been some advocacy. Priya usually make the advocacy for illegal refineries or illegal refiners to be converted to legal refiners. And yes, there's modular refinery, but what is the procedure of having these illegal refineries be converted to modular refineries? Is the bar raised too high that it becomes very difficult? Is the requirement for entry, are there barriers to entry that it makes it very difficult for some of them to put themselves together and become modular refineries? Because if this continues, the technology is already available to them. The way of converting crude, or the skill that they need to convert crude to some petroleum product, they already have it. And they keep teaching others, and it's a business for them. So I think it's time to approach this in a way that, yes, they want to refine crude because there's also the entitlement thing. We can rule that out. Oh, it's our place. The resources belongs to us, so we can use it for ourselves. Should be there. There should be some process of maybe making it easy for those who want to refine. To say, fine, you've got the skill, you want to do it, but we can help you do it legally and better. And maybe if it's like 3 or 4 of them, or as many as can be, help them make this into a modular refinery, so that instead of people going into the bush to do bunkering, to do illegal refinery, we can have this done in the proper way, because it's not going to stop. If you arrest 58, if you discover 58, I bet there are so many others that are yet to be uncovered. So I think the NNPCL should also look at approaching it this way. When they discover those illegal refineries, there should be maybe a process of converting them to legal refineries, because more will spring up. They already know how to do these things, but let's help them do it in a way that profits the nation and profits everybody.
You see, they just call them refinery. They are not refinery of sorts.
But they're refining crude.
It is people who tap crude and boil it crudely on drums,
So
iron drums.
if you're doing that, how about showing them the process and helping them do this better?
No. What it is the danger that is poses to the environment is what the issues are.
That's
The
why they
question
should be
to
converted
ask,
to
who are you
modular
going
refineries.
to convert? Is it the spirits?
They are human beings. When they uncover those refineries, they
but
find some human beings operating
of course, you
it.
don't find people there.
They will. They can't say they didn't find people there. They must have found people there.
So this is the question. How many, you see, when you find people doing like that, what do? You prosecute them. Have you had any case of prosecution?
Because there might be some complicity. If you found them and they are not prosecuted, so what happens?
Listen now. It's not rocket science. Somebody tell you that there's something operation here happening. Before the military get there, the people disappear. And what you see happen is that all those drums that are gathered together, they are using in cooking the crude, they destroy it and say, they are not as if people are caught doing these things. So, but the challenge is simple. Is they don't have the capacity. For them to be able to operate a modular refinery, it's like you have to send them for a training to be able to do these things. Because it's not as cheap as people think it is.
Yes.
The old technology that is involved require a whole lot of head to do. Now, what these guys does is that they boil the crude up to a certain degree and they sift it the way old women sift palm oil in the village. And therefore, what you're actually supposed to make out of this crude, you cannot. And so the other residue, they threw it away. And that litters the environment, and which is dangerous. But you see, if people want to get into that entire process, they don't need to go through illegality. There are Petroleum Training Institute in Warri. There's this other University of Petroleum in Warri where people can actually be trained. But the problem is that these people who are doing and perpetrating this evil is that they seem not to believe in the entity called Nigeria. And I think that is one challenge that we need to deal with as a people. I cannot agree less with Professor Peter Eke, who says that the entity called Nigeria seems to be quite distant from the people, that there's no association between the people and the entity called Nigeria, and which of course Bafemi Awolowo, of blessed memory, used that expression that Nigeria seems just like a geographical expression that does not exist. How do we make Nigeria to exist? And I think that's the first question really, because David talked about us not looking at the root cause of the issue. The root cause is not poverty. The root cause is not that people don't have anything to eat. The root cause is that people feel that Nigeria is alien. And because it's alien and it's taking over what they feel is rightfully theirs. And I think that's where that disconnect is what we need to deliberately fix as a people. So that we can have that sense of belongingness, where the government is close to the people in such a way that the people can feel part of that government. If you interact with elite, even elite, they even feel that, take for example common elections, they tell you our vote don't count. So we don't have a voice. We don't have a say. How do we build a nationalism where everybody feels that their voice or their vote counts? And I think that is a challenge that the National Assembly need to resolve, that the sense of nationalism and patriotism will be driven to a point where everybody sees that this is our Commonwealth and it belongs to all of us. And until we solve that problem, some of all these issues, in my view, are kind of a protest against the nation, not really for survivor's sake.
Doc, yes, you said some of it is a protest. And there's also a part of it that's entitlement. This is our thing. Like we see what happens in the northern area where you have solid mineral mining ongoing, and you have lots of cases of artisanal mining, and some of them are just going there mining because they feel this is our land, so we are the natives of this place, and this belongs to us first, so we have access to it, or we must be allowed access to it as much as we want. There is that part. If you talk about nobody, or whenever security forces find such places, they are unable to apprehend people, I do not agree with that, because if you receive information about the existence of illegal refineries, somebody knows about this place and has given the information. Now, the time it takes the security agencies to get there, it can't be that at all times that they've happened to uncover these places, they've never found persons who are responsible for them. If they have never found, is it that there's someone who gives them information that tips them about that security forces are coming to uncover that places, and if they have been found, why have they not been apprehended? We've seen some of them being apprehended. What happens after that parade? Oh, we've caught some persons responsible for bunkering. We've caught some persons who are involved in illegal refining. What happens with them? Now, Nigerian Prison Service at some point was changed to Nigerian Correctional Service, I believe for a reason, so that it is not for you to take people who have been involved in criminal acts to prison, they serve time, and then they come out, nothing happens. It's for them to be reformed. It's for them to be corrected. So if these persons have been arrested to have been involved in some criminality, but they have a certain skill, are they taken there to be reformed and that skill harnessed to become a productive one to the society? It is very expensive to set up modular refineries. Yes, I agree. But what about bringing some other investors to say, okay, these persons, can you work with them? They have served time for crime that they've done. We've been able to reform them or be able to train them, because if we don't approach it that way, and it's only with the approach of they're doing something wrong, let's arrest them, or they're doing something wrong, let's let them go so long as we destroy whatever product they've made, I don't think we'll get anywhere close to nipping this in the bud. The people, yes, they're maybe crying out for some form of appeasement. They want to be appeased because they feel grieved over certain issues around their area, because they feel they're not getting what should come to them by reason of having the crude oil resources there. There are not much development activities ongoing there. But there is also the part where these people who have begun to take national wealth, national assets as theirs, can be used or can be made to feel like they belong and they can do this thing in a legal way. That's what I think.
Yeah, to add to what you said and what Doc said earlier, I'm going to start with Doc's point initially. He spoke about nationalism, spoke about patriotism. I'll go one more, Doctor. I'll go one better, rather. I don't think it's so much of, creating a consciousness of patriotism, because I want to believe that Nigerians, from time immemorial, were a people who actually cared for their country until they started to see things go south. Here's what I mean. Where you have a government, before I get to that, let me say this. In the scheme of things, as far as governing or governance is concerned, there's a social contract. The social contract, just, lamely put, is I'm going to give you my support. I'm going to give you my vote. I'm going to, be the one who, drives your process for you. But what I simply need you to do is make my life worth living, essentially. Give me the dividends of good governance, and then, you have my full support. In layman's terms, that's simply the social contract. So when you see the people agitating for their quota or their portion of the social contract, or if you like, for the agreement that is the social contract to be kept, where they're well taken care of, and it's not happening or they're not seeing it, what do you expect them to do? One second, Doctor. And then you find the people in the corridors of power just taking the whole thing with levity, or just leading with blasé attitude. there's pillaging, there's looting of all sorts. There's essentially the real definition of not being patriotic as far as the people holding the system is concerned. Whereas the people whom they keep, admonishing to be patriotic are actually, simply taking after them. So it's a scratch my back, I scratch yours type of situation, in my opinion. So I don't think it's so much of, Nigerians not being conscious of nationalism or being conscious of patriotism. I think it should be I think there should be a balancing act, Simply obey the social contract. But away from that, don't worry, Doctor, just 1 second. Let me come to Blessing's comment, where you spoke about the people who would be, who are apprehended and what happened to them. I think that is a function of our legal system. I think it's a function of the judiciary. What happens, we've said, much has been said since time immemorial with regards to what happens after people who are, apprehended for one crime or the other are taken through the legal system. In some cases, you see them some months or years later walking free. In some cases, you don't hear from them again. They disappear. So it's right down to what is happening or what has been happening in our legal system. And until we get it right in that regard, we keep seeing people who supposedly were convicted for certain crimes walking free, and, the system is getting worse by the day, and it's a completely round the way vicious circle.
I like your Thomas Hobbes conception of the state, as if we have one Leviathan that was brought somewhere to oversee the people's affair. Now, you take it for example. All the people who have managed that oil, they're actually indigenes from the same states. The people who manage the 13% derivatives, they are people from the same environment. So it's not as if that you have imported people from another clime, and now you are saying that these people are abusing your resource. I'm a Niger Delta person, and our people are deeply involved in the kind of profligacy that we are talking about. Now, what will make me to be acting against my people is the question that we have to answer. That if, for example, Chiedu today, government appoints you and said, go and oversee NDDC to look at your environment, build road for your people, give your people water to drink. And you cannot see that as an opportunity to serve your people, but simply it is for you to line up your pocket. Then there's issue that has to be defined, which is not right. It means that it's either you are not patriotic or you are not nationalistic. And I think this is what we have seen. We have seen in this country oil minister who uses lion as pet and feed them goats to eat while their people are hungry. And they are building skyscrapers all across the globe, multiple estates. So this is the thing that Peter Eke was addressing, of issues about nationalism and patriotism. That people feel that that money, once you share it in Abuja, is not coming from the local community, it's coming from our alien. And therefore, we have to eat it. So this is the question. And once we are not able to answer the patriotic or the patriotism question, the nationalistic question, we will still be moving around this circle. You see, if they say crime is happening here and police is coming with their siren, what happens? People wait to be arrested.
Mm-hmm. Now you hit part of the point.
Now,
so there's some awareness.
And these things are not happening in the middle of society. These things are happening in the middle of the forest. And there are no access roads. So even if you are coming, people disappear into the bush. So this is why I'm saying we need the local support of the indigenes who understand the terrain, if they are not benefiting from it, then they should be angry enough.
That benefit is what we're talking about, people feeling entitled to it, that this is our thing. If the one that the government has been handling, the multinationals have been handling, we've not seen much development that comes to us from it, can't we do this ourselves and get the gains? Now, the issue of being nationalistic is not something that we can correct overnight. In the interim, what other ways can we use to arrest this? What other ways can we use to put a stop to it, or at least bring it to the barest? These are the things that we're talking about.
Yes, it could happen. People talk about the cowboys in America who did all manners of piracy, but used the money to build America. And all those big things you are saying, some of them were money that were cleaned from illicit acts. It's only in Nigeria Delta that I travel to see where people will be living in a hut and you have a DSTV on top of it.
Doc, let's leave this.
Or you have a very nasty tax building and you see a Lamborghini parked in front.
But isn't that the way? Isn't that the way?
And there's no room to your place.
Isn't that the way? Isn't that the way?
You see,
some Nigerians and some Africans.
If these guys are taking this money and actually using it to develop their environment, how do you take the money that belongs to your people and then go and build a university in Benin Republic?
That's what we're talking about. There is the selfish
So
aspect
that
of
is
it.
the point.
There is the selfish aspect
that
of it.
This is entitlement. It belongs to all of us, and we are struggling it for all of us. So we will take this thing and we will use it to develop our people.
Entitlement
Since
doesn't
government
mean
refused to develop us.
No,
But what you are saying
that would be nationalistic. But
what you are
entitlement
saying
is
here
it belongs
is
to
that
me. I use it for
this
myself.
person is saying, in short, it's not even his fatherland, so he cannot even be entitled to it in the first place. So if this thing is happening in his fatherland, I say it belongs to me, and he take it from his fatherland, it's understandable.
Isn't Nigeria our fatherland?
No. What I'm saying is that when you are talking about entitlement, I can say, oh, this is my father's land. This oil was found in my fatherland. So I'm taking it because it belongs to me.
But there's a general fatherland.
Is that this thing is in my community, but it's not my father's farmland. But it's somebody else's father's farmland. Then I go and steal what is in that person's farmland, use it to build university in a neighboring country, and then I said, oh, I'm protesting because I am entitled.
Now, talking about protests, let's go over to the story quickly that says the NLC intends to begin a nationwide protest on the 4th of February 2025. That's next week, Tuesday. They actually gave a warning to the NCC to make a reversal on the 50% approval for telcos. And they said if that doesn't happen, they will embark on a nationwide strike. They even further said they will boycott telecommunication services. But I'm yet to see them boycott that. They still make communications using telco services, but they are bent on having
God bless you.
strike.
God bless you in 100-fold. I'm thinking, how are you going to call your people and say, come and meet me, so and
I
so
think
for the protest?
they bought some birds and written some letters. Give the
or
birds
maybe they
to
want
go
you to put
deliver.
messages inside bottles.
Or town
and then
criers. They would employ town
that
criers.
too. Because listen, of all the ridiculous things that we hear on a daily basis, this one takes the cake as far as I'm concerned. Because how are you going to boycott communication? Listen, if you're watching us right now, you can tell the derision on my face. I'm amused, genuinely amused. So anyway, NLC, they protest for pretty much anything and everything. Sometimes I think they love protesting, you know.
Some of them are called We No Go Gree Group.
Oh, there is the subsidy, which they protested for, the minimum wage, which they protested for, cost of living going high, which is a fallout, or which is the fallout of, subsidy removal and the FX harmonization and all of that. Protested for that, protested for this, protested for that. And I'm thinking, okay, this is communication, telecommunication we're talking about. Businesses, privately owned businesses, yeah? The average market man on this, the average market woman on the street, rather, beg your pardon, would have increased her tomato sales from 100 naira to perhaps 500 naira. The mechanic who fixes your car would have increased his services from so and so amount to so and so amount. Why should the telecoms service providers be exempt? What are you protesting for? really truly, what are you protesting for? That's the question I'm simply asking NLC.
Doc, will you be on the streets on Tuesday protesting?
Well, I don't think I should be on the streets. And I don't think anybody who is sensible should be on the streets. And I think, you see, it's unfortunate that we have gotten to this level in our life that this notice me syndrome is destroying our collective sensibility. And don't forget, first 2 years is gone, election is just about 2 years away. NSL is simply just attracting its attention to say it's still very relevant. And I think they should not be looking for any flimsy excuse to disrupt the economy. The harm that protestation has caused to this nation far outweigh what bad governance is causing, in my view. We just wake up in the morning, disrupt services without putting price value on what we lose on every single day, and how this makes us become poorer as a people. That the very people that you say you are fighting to defend, you're actually making them poorer. Because take for example, you are going to picket any of the telcos. Do you understand the economic disruption that you're causing the nation? How many billions of naira that we are losing? They don't think about it. And I think that Nigerians should just be wary about this movement that we call so-called union that are clouded in politics. Telcos are private businesses. Individuals invested money in them. It's not NSC that will determine how these people run, because it's not their fund. If they think there's a better way to run a telecom company that can make call at 0 naira, then they can start one. And then Nigeria sees that there is alternative to these heartless telcos that are ripping up the country. The one they ran has been buried for more than 20 years now. And therefore, I think that we should just wake up as a nation and do what is right and allow the economy to flourish. If businesses fail, the nation has failed.
And we do hope that the nation would not fail. So I think NSO should learn one thing from here, that they lost reputation with the Nigerian public, so they should work on repairing that. We're going to break and return to the time for policy discuss. To stay with us.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, The building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Let's get into the National Assembly, where the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has kicked against management staff of the National Assembly who seek service extension after retirement to enable them remain in office. He says that is a breach of public service rules and is kicked against it. But there are reactions regarding that. Some are saying, really, why would you kick against it if those at the National Assembly do not have they do have an endless term. As long as they're re-elected, they can keep coming back to the National Assembly to continue as legislators in the National Assembly. So why would you kick against National Assembly administrative workers who want to seek extension of your services beyond retirement? What is good for the goose should be good for the gander as well, Doc?
Not at all. There are rules that govern public service. If you sign into public service, the rule says if you have done 35 years or you are 60 years of age, you go for retirement. That's what the rule says. So that you can imagine that people who were born 35 years ago, when you start to eat the national money, are now adult, now married, unemployed on the streets. And then you are agitating to remain in office where your term is served. I think it's a very fundamental problem that people would need to deal with. There are two principal reasons that are responsible for this, because I feel that every human being will want to get to some certain level or age in life, and they will want to rest. Number one is that we live in an environment where people don't plan for their retirement. And all of a sudden, retirement takes them by surprise. And I think anybody who gets into public service, maybe at age 20, at age 30, or even 40, understand that I am entering into this government job today. I have 20 years. And after 20 years, I'll be retired. And I have a life to live after that 20 years. What am I going to be doing when I leave office? Now, if people have such mindset, then they will be able to put on the ground what will sustain them when they are no longer in service. But like a mentor Tabi said in his book, the Esau mindset, which make hunter to believe that there will be a kill every day, will not make us to invest in the future. And that is on the side of the workers. Savings and investment are not done. Now, I'm also expecting that Mr. Godswill Akpabio, who is the Senate President, should also do another some work to see how the National Assembly can also make legislation. I've said this on this show time without number. The United Arab Emirates set up a TCELAT deliberately to empower the teachers through investment. They knew that the teachers don't have the 40,000 dirham to invest in it, so they invested it on their behalf and took it off their salary over a period of time. And today, that big, gigantic company that is even having a global outlook today belongs to teachers. Every year, dividend comes to them outside of the salary that they are earning. And that was a way of securing their life. So even if they are off service, that dividend will continue to come as long as their shareholding is in that company and is even transferable to their children who inherit it. Then, of course, we must also make a way to see how can people ensure their future. And we can make it mandatory like Rwanda has done under Paul Kagame. That people are deliberately insured, and then they are able to have a future that is before them. And I think these are some of the bills that National Assembly can actually propose to see how we can set up institutions for public officers so that even if they are no longer serving, at least they will have a home to retire into. They will have a life to live after that. They will have a medical insurance that is able to pay their bill. And I don't think if that happened, somebody who is 60-year-old will be thinking of waking up early in the morning to go and resume job so that he can serve somebody who is 35-year-old. I don't think that would be dignifying. But that said, I think people should take their turn. Live and let's live should be the thing. If you have done 35 years, please push back and let those who have not tasted of the national cake have opportunity to have a bite of it.
The reason the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, gave for not wanting their services to extend, first of all, one said it's against the civil service rule, and then he said when they have retired and still look around like they're in the system, it brings some politics into the system and factionalization of the Association of Parliamentary Workers, and that's sort of a division he does not want to encourage. And he was talking about how that should be discontinued. There's a committee that should oversee that, but he says that there's been some tolerance where the clerk, maybe a clerk, is done, is retired for the clerk to go, the clerk is still dancing around waiting for some service extension. I agree with what Dr. said, that there can be some structure in place so that when people retire from civil service, they have something to fall back on. But I think sometimes it also personal responsibility to say you save for the rainy day. But because sometimes what people earn is barely able to take them home, so how then do they begin to put away something for the rainy day? There is the pensions fund that says when you're 60, that's when you can access this. We also know the bureaucracies involved in all of these things. But I think that notwithstanding, maybe some form of, while you're on the service, it gets to a point where there should be some encouragement for some entrepreneurship, where you can even have access to your pension fund and choose to use that for some investment before you get to that level. All of this might just help. But some persons are quite used to power, quite used to, you know, the perks of certain offices that is hard for them to let go, even when it's not solely for economic reasons.
I agree with you. You took the words straight out of my mouth, Blessing, when you spoke about the remuneration of some of these, civil servants, as you were. Question some would need to answer is how much do these people earn really on a monthly basis, right? That, they're supposed to use to take care of their families, for the ones who do, which I reckon is a lot. And then, of course, take care of other expenses on a day-to-day basis. That is where the question mark is. So when you tell someone who, over the period of 35 years, hasn't particularly, or, well, maybe not 35 years up to, but has at least reached the age of retirement, which is 60, and he or she has not been able to put aside anything for him or herself. And then, of course, they're enjoying, as you said, one or two perks coming in here and there. I mean, it's the National Assembly, for Pete's sake. So you definitely will be getting some things, as we say in local parlance, one or two, every now and then. So in that situation, you then see that it's largely difficult for these people to leave service, or to want to leave service. That's why they still lurk around. But another problem here, or another challenge here, or if you like, another angle to look at it from, is what we keep talking about every other time that matters of the civil service arise, which is corruption in the system. A lot of them are comfortable with the dysfunction in the system because, as I just used local parlance, they keep getting that one or two every other day without having to do much. I mean, we've seen swathes of lists that have come out of ghost workers within the civil service. That, ladies and gentlemen, if some serious investigation is also being carried out today, as all three of us speak, you would find that in certain agencies, ministries and departments, you will still find these people who are there. You will still find them. If there is maybe a special task force or a special, if you like, agency or committee or whatever, deployed to do that today, you will still find some people. They might not be much as they used to be, but you will I guarantee you will find them in certain MDAs, working, or rather, just being there, occupying space, not doing much, but earning money, which is supposed to go to people who are actually doing the work. So that's exactly what we're talking about. The fundamental dysfunction of an unbattled, if you like, corruption, or rather, a corruption that hasn't particularly been adequately fought in the civil service. I mean, it's been said that after the executive, this is just the thought of certain people that, have loud voices as far as Nigeria is concerned. That after the executive, you have the civil service, right? Where you have the real chunk of Nigeria's problem as far as corruption is concerned. So when you have the average civil servant who's been in service actively for over 30 years, nearing the 35-year mark for him or her to, hang their boots, and they've been enjoying these swathes of dysfunction over a 35-year period, I mean, it's very hard. It's going to be very hard for that person or that individual to want to leave the system that they have used to dare I say, illegally enrich themselves in the process for that space of time. So I'm not a very big fan of the Senate, because, well, for obvious reasons, they make a lot of money, which sometimes they don't even, deserve. But in this case, I'm actually going to be on the side of the Senate President and the senators, or whoever it is in that hallowed chambers that are calling for these people to resign. However, the flip side of that will be, ladies and gentlemen of the National Assembly, also enact laws, even though I know it's wishful thinking, enact laws that would, or legislation that would, put a cap on the frequency of your return to the National Assembly, because you have an unlimited, access.
But there's a flip side to the conversation, which I omitted in my earlier remark, which is also a very worrisome situation, because if you have to deal with MDAs, you come to terms with this reality. And it's the fact that most directors, for example, and assistant directors in agencies and ministries are also having to cope with challenge of having successors. I meet with assistant directors who still write their memos, because those who are under them are even untrainable.
Are they untrainable or they are not trained?
They are untrainable. You see, if somebody has been working in a system for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, they are undergoing some certain level of development intellectually. But there seems to be mental laziness in the younger generation of civil service, which is actually a big problem. I remember when I was training in ASCON in 2016, a director of a director in CBA made a remark when I was talking about the decay in our system, in the educational system, of able to really produce people who will be able to build a Nigeria of our dream. And he was buttressing the argument, and he was telling me that in the CBN at that time, there were princes and princesses who come to work even when they feel like. And he told me then that in 15 years, 20 years from now, the people who are going to be in the helms of affair in our public service will not be able to write a straight memo. And that is a very worrisome trend. And that's why you are seeing that people are advocating. If we don't have competent hands to do the work, why are we allowing those ones who can do the work
to go? And
because of age, we are shifting them away. We must not ignore that part of the conversation. How do we now bridge the gap so that, like Marsh Moreau wrote in his last book, Passing It On, that these retiring people can actually pass on the baton of administration to younger people that are being recruited, and ensuring that they are well disciplined and trained to be able to sustain the civil service culture.
Doctor, you've raised very critical points, and let's look at them one after the other. One of them that you've raised is, you said that some of the people in civil service, some who take up certain roles, are untrainable. That's an allegation we'll investigate, if they're really untrainable or they're not trained. And then the other, you were talking about the ability to pass up responsibility. We should ensure that. Okay, let's go to the part of some in the civil service being untrainable. If they're untrainable, how do they get into the system? From the point of recruitment, there are certain requirements. There are things that you, who is the employer or the recruiter, are looking for. And there are expectations of the employee or the prospective employee. So that forms what guides decision on who to employ and who not to employ. So if you are bringing in somebody, by your assessment, it doesn't seem like this person would meet the expectation of the organization. Why are they brought into the system in the first place? I do know that there are training courses for the civil service, civil servants at different levels, cadres are sent on courses, are sent on trainings. Even in private organizations, there is room for training. Now, if they have been sent on courses, even in the course of their duty, they've been meant to understudy and they're not catching up, does that not bring us to question how they were brought in the first place? Or are we seeing a situation where it's been the spoil system that have been in practice? Now, since some of them are now untrainable, they're in service, could that also be the reason why maybe some legislators or the National Assembly Service Commission would just want to keep certain persons in office even after they retire because they seem to be, in quote, indispensable?
Yeah, but I don't think that's what it is. Like they say, you can take a horse to the river, but you cannot force that horse to drink water. As one who has also participated in training public servants, you need to see the attitude of some. And it is obvious that they didn't come to this training because they want to learn. They only came in because of the things that they can benefit from. Maybe the travel allowance, duty tour allowance, as it's called. So even if you are in the classroom, it's when you see people that you will teach them. It's a bad attitude. I was in Toronto the other day, and one of my friends said to me, and he said, these people should be tried. How will government sponsor you to come for a training for a week? 10 o'clock, you are still in your hotel room. You come to training at 10 or 11, and by 2:30 you are asking your trainer to wind up because you want to have a feel of town. That itself is corruption. It's waste of government resource and revenue. So these are things you see from time to time. It's not that government is not investing in capacity building. Government is investing. But how much more these people take advantage of this to say, okay, I want to learn this so that I can put it to use at my work. It's a different ball game. Now you talk about people coming in, and that is the point that I've been making. While we were off air, I was sharing with David. Until we elevate merit system over and above parochial, sectional interest, we will not get anywhere. I gave him a real life scenario when my son, then younger son, was trying to get into the one of the public schools. And he had a good grade. He scored an aggregate of about 661. But he was not given admission because he said his quota was filled. And right there in the same school, people who did not even score half of what he got had to be admitted because of quota system. And he asked me as a young child, how are we same country? So this is what you find. The abuse in the implementation of the quota system. Then of course, because the law requires that every state must be required. Now, if you don't find people who are qualified, what do? You bring in people who do not qualify. So that is a challenge. And I think the only governor who has attempted in Nigeria to deal with this issue was El-Rufai, who even asked a JAMB and WAEC not to be patronizing school children from Kaduna State. That we should not be training them for just the Nigerian local market, that they are going to compete on the international stage, and therefore they must be qualified. You know, here they call man no man. So people are smuggled into the system because of who is presented. And therefore you bring in somebody and is unable to do. And then the last phenomenon is what we have seen recently. I remember I was training some time ago at Shirasi Hotel here in Lagos, and a man told me a scene that actually happened. A boy who came to the NYC and was saying that the package he brought was authentic, that the agent that got it for him said it was authentic. You know what this package is? Secondary school living certificate, university certificate, procured from illegal universities in our neighboring country. And people come with those certificates and they present it, they go for National Youth Service. From National Youth Service, you can enter public service, having served your nation dutifully for 1 year. So these are the flaws within the system that needs to be cleaned up. And until those flaws are cleaned up, you will still have these kind of things entering into the system. And by the way, like they say, if you pay peanuts, you can only recruit monkeys for workers.
David, so let's talk about the number of terms that legislators can serve in Nigeria. According to the Nigerian Constitution, is limitless as long as they are re-elected, and then there is no other issues regarding their conduct in the National Assembly that makes them they may be impeached or removed. But as long as there's an election that brings them in, so they can serve from 1 to 2, 3 terms. So it's basically depending on how many times your constituents bring you back.
That, as I was saying earlier, is what needs to be done. And remember, I also added to that, it's wishful thinking, because as far as any one of us can remember, Nigerians have been advocating for that to happen, because you can have someone staying in there for 30 years. Those ones we call career politicians, you know. They don't know anything else.
Why should anyone even be a career politician?
Well, there's that. This is the system that we know and have seen over the years. So that's the only thing they know. They've been there since they could, you know, start walking, and then here they are, well, walking with sticks, and they're still in the National Assembly, you know, coming back over and over again. And in some cases, you find that some of them don't even get voted back by their constituents. You know, they don't get voted back. They, you know, work their way back there by all sorts of machinations or all sorts of, you know, mechanisms just to make sure that they remain there and keep enjoying, you know, the perks of being in office, or as we like to call them colloquially, the national cake. So it is indeed a problem. Will they go on with this, you know, will they at some point wake up? Would someone amongst them lead the charge to want to do that anytime soon? I honestly don't think so. I mean, we've talked a lot about, you know, the ones who are governing and the ones who are being governed. And we've talked about the conduct of the former comparatively. And if we're taking any of that at face value, what you just see, or what you can extrapolate essentially, is that it's not going to happen, well, at least not in the near future. You know, it could happen in some far, far distant future when all three of us might not be here anymore, but it's not something I'm particularly optimistic about as he were, you know, speaking here and now. However, to talk about, or to, you know, go further on the issue of the civil service and the rot in there, what we need to collectively take a look at, when I say collectively, I'm talking about everyone who is a stakeholder, you know, both at both at the subnational and national level, are solutions to this endemic problem of corruption in the civil service. Better, you know, personnel management, better identity management, better performance management, and better accountability or transparency systems. If all of these aren't put in place, then I'm thinking we're going to be like the proverbial hamster on that, wheel, just turning over and over and over. 1 second, Blessing, going over
You're
and
out of
over
time,
and over
Liz.
again.
Yeah.
You're
And
out of
then
time, David.
I just wanted to just buttress that. I don't think there's anything that's saying people must stay in the National Assembly perpetually. But you understand that there are internal arrangements, a kind of a constitutional arrangement, where, for example, you have 3 senatorial districts, and each senatorial district also have their own understanding on how they take their turns, just like it happened to governorship. And so you find that for a place like Lagos, a whole lot of people are passed through the National Assembly. So it's not something that is perpetual. So people serve their term, and then, of course, they said, it's the next quarter, but we are not taking our turn. Because that arrangement is done within the environment. But in places where you find that somebody has been able to muster his way and try to get a 3rd term, a 4th term, is because of the weakness of the people within that constituent. And I don't think it's a law that is written. Because every 3-4 years, you go back to your people to renew your mandate. And then, of course, the people from the other community who sees that you have only favored your people will always walk away to push you out. And I think that's why you see in the last, in the 9th assembly, 80% of lawmakers never returned.
Because some of them have done 12 years, some others have done 16 years. I know of lawmakers that have done 16 years and they were even moving to make it 20. And then at some point, some other parts of their constituency were saying, what is it? Has it become your father's throne that you sit on perpetually? But even to the issue of what is good for the goose being good for the gander, you know that even some members of the National Assembly and even state assemblies have moved to talk about life benefits, life pension for speakers and deputy speakers. So I think in that vein, you know, when you study under somebody, there's something's about the person that you learn. So maybe those who are serving in the National Assembly Service Commission have also studied to say, they get some benefits outside of what is approved for them, and they make it constitutional, they make it legal. So can't we also just be around, maybe at some point they make it legal for the extension of services of those who serve in the National Assembly, but they are saying no. Let's go by the civil service rule, and that's what will happen. So I think it's an issue of legality over illegality. So at the end of the day, legality will prevail. Well, so if you serve in the National Assembly once you retire, make sure that you find your way out of that place, because the Senate President has said it will not be tolerated any longer. All right, let's take a break. On the return, it's a bit time for us to talk about development, because we are a station focused on development. Please stay with us. We're glad that you're still with us on the front banners on Souq News TV, talking about development, power stability, power sufficiency. Access to power is critical to development. You can't be talking about development without that, because for businesses to thrive, they need power to sustain them. And for other parts of any area to feel like, yes, we're also developing, then you also need power, and that's very critical. And that's why we'll be talking about what Nigerian government is doing to ensure power access and availability for Nigerians. The president, Bola Tinubu, says Nigeria is leveraging over 3.25 billion dollars, I beg your pardon, in foreign investments to ensure a steady power supply to 23.7 million people. Now, according to him, the government of Nigeria is resolute in electrifying the most remote places in Nigeria. So this is, I said this at the just concluded Dar es Salaam Africa Energy Summit, where they've concluded on the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit. So that's about providing electricity access for 300 million people in Africa, because data shows that over 600 million people in Africa still do not have access to electricity. You find more of these persons in rural areas, remote areas, where electricity is not really there. Even when you find that they have electricity supply, it's not as frequent or as consistent as you find in the rural areas. We've been talking about power being available for Nigerians a lot on the show because of how critical power is to development. But if we are to use the approach as have been used over time when government talks about power, focusing a lot on connecting people to the national grid, where we do not even have adequate supply, because what's been generated for the national grid is still a bit less, or even very much less, than 5,000 megawatts. At the last time that the national grid collapsed or tripped off, using the word of TCN, it dropped from about 4,500 megawatts to around 2,000 plus. That's way, way, way less than what can take everybody. So generation is critical to even providing access for Nigeria.
The entire process is, it's got hiccups, both from the generators to the distributors and all of that. The process is involved. We know that there's always been one issue or the other of not being able to get their act in order, which, essentially has led to either people getting, insufficient electricity or not getting at all, which is the problem. But of course, through legislation signed into law by Mr. President, the administration of President Bola Tinubu, the Electricity Act, you have the National Integrated Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Plan that was supposed to help actualize what the administration wanted to do vis-a-vis the power sector, giving, if you like, some sort of flexibility to entities to be able to provide and or generate their own power, as the case may be. We still have an energy insufficiency in this part of the world, or an energy inefficiency rather in this part of the world. If you go to countries like France, go to countries like Germany, Italy, and the UK, and even if you go to some southeastern Asian nations, they have energy efficiency, but we don't seem to have had that as yet. And so, circling back to some of the some of the efforts that have been made over the years with regards to stabilizing the power sector, or with regards to making the power sector work or making it efficient, you will see that there's been money spent. Let's not go farther back. Let's start from the return of democracy back in 1999, as at 2017 or 2016, if I'm not mistaken, it was said that we had spent about 2.5 or 2.45 trillion naira at that time. So that's from 1999 till that time, and it's problematic. Some other reports say that we've spent about 4-point-something trillion up until 2019. So if you see, whether it's 2.5 trillion or 4-point-something trillion, conflicting figures, yes, but still it is not a good thing that we can have those figures, or those sums, if you like, and then we're still grappling with what we're grappling with as far as our power issues at this point in time is concerned. So there's a lot more that needs to be done with regards to, strengthening that sector, with regards to making power readily available, and, attaining power or energy efficiency, or energy, energy efficiency as the term goes, so that you see that driving the economy becomes relatively easy, because the moment you have power steady, industry starts to work, and having a high industrialized economy equals growth, equals more opportunities, equals development, equals progress as a nation at all levels. And if you take a very critical look at all the developed nations of the world, whether it's in Europe, the Americas, or in Asia, one thing is common. There's a common denominator, or there's a common thread. They have attained energy efficiency, and that's exactly where we need to work more on.
Doctor, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has commended the World Bank, the African Development Group, and other partners for their pledge towards ensuring energy access and efficiency in Africa. Now, some of this will be channeled to national grid, mini grid, and even standalone solar power stations. What's your thoughts on the efforts so far regarding providing electricity access for Nigerians?
Listen, I think there are some things that I don't know, quote unquote, burdens we carry that for me are not necessary. My thinking was when the distribution was privatized, and now that we have seen that the distribution company have no capacity, is it not in the place of NERC to rejig that entire process? Why should we have just a co-electricity and Ikeja electricity distributing to over 25 million households in Lagos when they don't have the capacity? Why do we have just Abuja electricity distribution taking care of Kaduna, Nasarawa, Abuja when they have no capacity? I think we need to further decentralize distribution. And this is what I mean. Let distributors develop their market and don't give them free meal. If, for example, you know that what you are investing is just maybe in Ikeja, Agege local government, you'll be looking for rural area to extend to.
But, Doc, the question is, are there investments by the discos? Are we sure
the
there are
reason they are not
investments?
investing is there is so much free meal that they are getting. Whether you have light for 20 days, you have light for 1 day in a month, you don't have at all. There's a fees charge you are paying.
Estimated billing.
Yes. And if not estimated billing, it's called service charge. So this is free money. So if you pull it together in a population of about 50 million people, it amounts to huge money. You won't even need to work or dissipate energy supplying anybody any electricity. That's what's happening. So once you reduce the scope where they can collect this free money, they don't have alternative than to invest to distribute electricity. You just imagine that I have some small money. I invest in distributing to only one local council. And I ensure I grow that market so I can get return on my investment. And so we don't need to be disturbing AFDB, African Development Bank, or World Bank to come and be putting money into projects really that are not seeing the light of the day. Let the distribution companies who are supposed to be having this thing be the one in charge in taking electricity to rural areas, provide infrastructure, so they collect their money. But because you have given them free tickets, and they're just spending the free ticket, if you know what asset that old NEPA had in this country, that these guys inherited in the name of sales, all those homes, all those land, they have since sold them. And not a single drop came back as investment in terms of building this facility. Because it's not just about generating. Because the transmission company is also saying that what Gencos are generating, even the DISCO are not willing to take them. They only prioritize area where they want to supply electricity. because they're only looking for value. But in other places, they have their meters there. Some places they don't have meter. But as long as service charge keep coming, they are making so much money and they are profitable and they are in business, running, smiling every day to the bank. So I think that the Regulatory Commission needs to further deregulate that sector of distribution so that people can be given access. So that if it's just one local government you can cover, you put your infrastructure there. Even if it's generator you are using to power them and collect electricity bill from that neighborhood, it will make for access. But as long as we remain with this 11 or so discos, we will not make some headway.
You know, there have been many issues within the power sector, bulk passing here and there. Sometimes TCN is saying, Jenkins are saying what they're giving, that discos are not using all of them. And even TCN sometimes complains of energy loss because some of their infrastructure are obsolete. And then for discos, there's also the issue of being able to stay viable because of the cost. And that's why they've been pushing for tariff increase. So now there've been tariff increase. But on the side of their argument, the reason they supply power to certain area and focus on commercial areas is because they are sure of getting back money for energy there. And they've also complained of energy theft by energy subscribers and all other reasons. To this, how do we tackle this issue to ensure that, yes, discos need to up their game, but what happens to these other issues that may seem to be a challenge?
Blessing is simple. If I run a business, I'm running a business, and the people who I'm supplying business, they are paying me, and I'm getting money. So what do? I expand my scope to invest in that sector. The problem we have here is that the transmission company should be completely privatized and the generation company should be completely privatized.
But people have concerns with totally privatizing utility. One is critical as power. What are your thoughts, David?
So far, what we've tried to do with it, starting, I think it was 2013 or 2014, under the Goodluck Jonathan administration, didn't quite work. As far as privatizing it totally is concerned, it might help and it might not help, because we've seen what happened with our current modern day telecommunication when it was privatized back in 2001, I think, under the Obasanjo administration. What we have right now, we enjoy it. What we have right now, we like it. But whether or not that is going to work as far as the power sector is concerned, the jury is still out on that. But I think we need to have more, we need to have the government step back a little more and allow a fully run power sector, whether it is at the generation level or the transmission level, as the case may be. Because, if you have less and less intervention, if you like, of the government, I reckon it would give the players in there a little more, flexibility, so to speak, or a little more leeway to compete and try out the market and see what works and what doesn't, and who can offer more and who doesn't. And the moment that starts to happen, you start to see that, the players, the active players involved, will do what they can to make sure that they, aren't particularly losing out in the market, so that they don't have their competitors, as it were, coming to usurp them as far as their presence or as far as their dominance, if you like, in the market is concerned. And I want to think, now I'm saying this from layman's perspective, I want to think that electricity users, electricity consumers like you and I will be better off for it, because what is tariff hike when you cannot get adequate power supply to power your businesses and everything that that concerns you as far as energy is concerned, right? Or energy is involved. What's the joy that you derive when you pay for these services, right? Whether it's estimated or whether it is the pay-as-you-go platform, which is your prepaid meters, as you were. So what's the joy in it when you cannot exactly enjoy what you're paying for? I'm of the school of thought that if you peg it at ₦1,000,000, I'm speaking for myself, I will pay, so long as I'm getting what it is that I'm paying for. However it comes, whatever the processes are, whatever the bureaucracies are, whatever the red tape is, I don't want to concern myself with that. All I know, as a user, as an electricity user, as a consumer, is give me value for my money. And I reckon there are many other Nigerians like me who are out there who simply want to see this. So essentially, going back to the issue of privatization, I think is something well worth trying. So when the powers that be take their hands off of it, give the players in the sector a little more, carte blanche to run their businesses the way that would be of immense benefit to Nigerians. And of course, will not be shortchanging themselves too. So, I think it just might be a win-win for all.
So David, with his full chest, has said if the disco's peg electricity tariff at even $1 million, he will pay. And he says there's so many other Nigerians like him. Yes, I agree that Nigerians do not necessarily have issue with what you're charging, but that charge should be commensurate to the service. Because even when tariff was increased and then we had the categorization, they've always been categorization, but now it's very much obvious. Band A users, Band B users, and all of that. Yes, the Band A users, the trouble they have is that in spite of what they're charged, they're not getting services commensurate. I think if we've tried some privatization in some area, which is that of the discos, which are closer to the consumers, and so far that hasn't yielded much result, maybe we can try totally privatizing it and let's see how it happens. It now falls on neck as the regulator to ensure that there is fair play in the market and then the consumers are not shortchanged. But moving away from national grid to off-grid solutions, we have some developing by private companies, and some of them are doing fantastic. And some businesses have even chosen to make them their source. But there's still a challenge because that's a capital-intensive business, and we don't have a lot of them around. How do we ensure that those funds that are coming from the World Bank, AFDB, and other partners also consider a lot off-grid solutions?
I think India has a partnering example in creating energy sufficiency and efficiency. And what did India do? The entire 3 legs were privatized. And then they established what they call the energy exchange market, where energy is traded. And people can buy today at low cost so that they can use next year. And therefore, the generation, the transmission, and distributions are in different hands. Why was India having problem with electricity? It was simple, the same argument we have here. Poor people cannot pay. India developed their Aadhaar card and gave to every citizen. And anybody who has that card automatically has a bank account. And so you can sync and know how much money you are worth. And government was able to look through the dashboard that there are about 300 million Indians who are very poor. And all the money that they've been pumping into subsidy, that are making their way into private pockets, Modi decided to be sending it directly to these poor people. And it enters into their account. And they can use it to buy energy. It's simple. And it's working. Today, India is not just only energy sufficient. India is supplying energy to 3 or 4 neighboring countries. And so it's a source of revenue earning for India as of today. And I think we can achieve that here. Let's clean up the system. Let's do business and be profitable. And then both the discos, the Gencos, and the transmission company, the TCN, can come and negotiate their prices. You know, really, the problem with distribution is more with even government agencies that are not paying. National Assembly can make a law that if a ministry, agency, or parastatal is using electricity and is not paying, they should deduct the money from source. Because they are budgeted for. I can't see a reason why Ministry of Education, for example, is making their budget and they are not factoring in the energy consumption.
Maybe they're used to energy being supplied by NEPA, Nigeria Electricity Power Authority. So it seems
Then
like
they should wake up from
we're all
slumber.
government children now.
They should wake up from slumber. That is no longer business as usual. And then there should be a law within the nation to say that if people are investing in this infrastructure, just like we were saying the other day about telcos, bank is using USD services and they don't want to pay, CBN don't need to wait. They should pull it from the bank, their reserve the CBN, and pay it straight to telco. It's as simple. So once it's audited and we know that this actual service were delivered, then we should not have a problem paying. It should be a priority. Otherwise, they have to be on a blackout or to buy diesel. Would they go to a filling station and buy diesel for credit? They will not. So I think there should also be a way where the National Assembly can actually make a legislation that for these services that are rendered, the people who use it, they should be able to pay. Now, talk about energy theft. It should be criminalized. And when 2-3 people are made to serve as deterrent for either bypassing meter or tapping current, and they go to jail for it, others will be deterred doing it. So I think that there should be consequences for misdemeanors. And so once those consequences are severe enough, people will avoid those routes. And then we can deal with the issue of this theft and energy leakages that is making for inefficiency within that system.
I think that trust that the discourse extends to government officers to say, okay, you can be a postpaid customer should even stop. Let's make you a prepaid.
Yes.
So that's where no need for trouble. Yeah. If you want power, then you buy units. You don't buy, you don't have power. That may even take care of the situation better. So if we want to set example for people not to steal power, for consumers not to steal power, for consumers to pay bills when they should, then I think government officers should set that example and not be the biggest debtors to power companies. That being said, power companies need to do a lot more. They've been existing, discos particularly, they've been existing for a number of years. So by now, some investment into infrastructure should have been done. We should stop seeing situations where customers have to buy transformers by themselves. They have to pay for meters and months roll by without them having access to those meters. We can actually do better. We do hope that those monies that are coming in are channeled to the right areas, and then we begin to see more people connected. I think for the rural areas, what would even work better for them are off-grid solutions, because these businesses will be able to target them and then supply power to them, while the national grid can focus on generating more and sustaining power to those already connected to them.
Absolutely. For the hinterlands and communities that are unmetered and communities that are hard to reach, that's exactly the way to go, which is off-grid solutions. However, to speak about the off-grid solutions from the environmental perspective, we're talking about climate activities and all of that. We want to keep more. We want to keep doing more rather with regards to off-grid solutions, which could lead to the reduction of carbon emissions and, of course, to promote more renewable energy. We're talking solar, we're talking biomass, we're talking wind, and seeing as we are, still on course just like most other countries of the world, to adhere to the SDG goals of reducing carbon emission by at least 50% in 2030. I reckon we need to channel more effort in that regard, because if we're going to get there, then it essentially starts now. More effort concerted across the board needs to be, made to make sure that we, tilt more, or we gravitate more towards renewable energy, so that we can, shore up our quota as far as the journey towards achieving sustainability in that regard is concerned, or perhaps even having an absolute, in that regard is concerned. So there's 2030, then there's a long term of achieving close to 100 at 2050 or 2060, if I'm not mistaken. So whether that happens is left to be seen, and what can catalyze that, or what can expedite that, is the effort by both the government in collaboration with private hands to work together to make sure that we tilt more to that. Because if you keep dwelling on what has not worked, essentially that is Einstein's definition of insanity. So we might want to do something different so that we can get much more productive and better results.
So better results would mean that when there is stable power and more Nigerians, more Africans are connected to electricity, that means that we're ready for full-scale industrialization, because even industrial activities do happen in the rural areas, and that would mean that we are ready for growth. Talking about growth and development, let's bring to you why Souq News TV and the Isle FM 104.9 do exist. Because the purpose of news is to inform and empower people. It is not to deform them. It is not also to make them afraid, but for them to see opportunities where they may not be able to even see that. Now, during the COVID-19 pandemic, before that time, how many of us do go to a shop to say, I want to buy hand sanitizers, I want to buy face masks, and the others? But during the time, it became big business for those into the business of providing or producing hand sanitizers, face masks. We even saw the evolution that took place in that, where there weren't enough face masks for people to buy. And so fashion designers became creative about that, and they began to produce face masks using textile materials, using different African fabric. It became fashionable as much as to also help people protect themselves during that time. What am I saying? Now, if that didn't happen, the opportunity in that sector perhaps would never have been seen. And we also saw different businesses that evolved because of the lockdown that was experienced at that time. We do not have to wait for another lockdown before Souq News TV and the Isle FM bring to you opportunities that you may even have even in situations that are considered very bad. And that's why when we bring to you news, we bring it with a perspective of showing to you what good can come out of this. And that's why Souq News TV and the Isle FM exist. This journey, like I said at the opening of today's show, started really not the formative stage. Now, it was birth, it was conceived several years ago, but the birthing of this actually started almost 2 years ago when Souq News TV began its operation. We've been doing this, we've been testing the waters, and today we can confidently say that we've tested the waters and now we stand on solid ground, because we have built bridges that will help us bring to you good news and show to you where you need to put your money, provide for you financial literacy, where you sit in the comfort of your home and you're getting all of this for free. What you have to do is to ensure that you stay plugged to the channel Souq News TV and the Isle FM 104.9 Doc.
Oh yeah, and I think an era has been birthed, and that is that era where people who seek opportunity, who want to add value to their life, has a channel they can stick to now. Not only just to tell about the woes and the ills of society, but to expose where opportunities are, where people can make wealth. And then, of course, we can actually have shared prosperity, where we celebrate the best of us, those who are doing amazingly well in all sectors of the economy, and looking at what government is doing and see how we can make it better to serve the common interest of the people. That's all we're about, and today is the D-Day. And the air is already painted really green blue.
Yes.
We're here to entertain, we're here to educate, We are here to inform and, above all, to empower the citizens of Africa to take their narrative in their hands.
The joy is palpable. Now, if you can feel our pulse, I'm sure you can. You know that we're excited about this day because we've looked forward to it for a very long time. And thank God it's become a reality today. 30th of January 2025 is Souq News TV and ILFM 104.9 official launch. If you come to where we're located on the marina here, you will find that it's a new look and it looks beautiful, and you can perceive celebration, you can perceive joy. We'll be bringing you insights on some of the activities today. But before then, I need to talk to David and just know how he feels. I know how he feels, but I want him to be able to tell you how he feels about a day like this. He's looking ready to party, by the way. He's looking dashing.
Oh, you can tell that I am, you know, ready to party. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, lads and lasses, you are witnessing history. Let me use the church parlance when there's a wedding going on. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, you're gathered here in Holy Valley Moni to witness the joining together of Souq News Television and the ILFM 104.9 FM here in the city of Lagos. It is a union that will remain for the ages, a union that would add value to you. Listen, people go where value is. People put their money where value is. People gravitate towards value. And we are that entity, we are that organization, we are that establishment that essentially puts value at your doorstep. And even goes one more better, puts value in your hands. So where else would you rather be other than a family that gives you value, a family rather that helps you grow, a family that helps you develop, a family that helps you and your business concerns be the very best version of itself, helps you scale, heights that you previously thought were unattainable. That's exactly what we stand for. As my colleagues have said, that's Blessing and Dr. Idahosa have said, we are essentially that organization that just doesn't bring you the old kind of news. We bring you news with insight, bring you news with depth and balance, bring you news, information, and of course, everything else in between, which would of course not leave out entertainment, that you will not otherwise find anywhere else. We stand for business, your business that is. We stand for the thriving of our economy, and we stand for development, developing you, developing your business, developing our environment, developing all of your concerns, and making you, as I mentioned earlier, the very best version of yourself. And personally, I'm looking forward to the monumental epoch that is today, which of course will be kickstarting any moment. So hey, if you are in and around the environs of the marina, you might want to stop by and say hi to any one of us.
Yes, we'll be glad to receive you. And so, since we're opening our doors officially today, it means that we are open for business. So that means you can bring to us your business and let us help you blow the trumpet. Let us even tell you how best to do it, because hey, what is a business station if we can't tell you the pitfalls so you can avoid them and shine the light to where there are opportunities for you? We do this because it's what we're called to do. Okay, let's now take a break.
Souq is market.
Oh, yes.
Market is Souq.
Yes, Souq is Arabic for market, and it's all about the market. Let us help you sell your market to my brothers. So,
I like that accent.
We'll give you profit and give you change to join. You can keep the change.
All right, it's time for us to bring in Evelyn Oyole for Post and Perspectives. We're waiting to hear from you.
Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
particular news. Wise Tamuna says, also use same zeal to curb illegal mining in the north to ensure Niger Deltans are in the same country with the north, okay? Aja Meremi says this crackdown not only safeguards the environment but also enhances the nation's economic stability by ensuring that legitimate oil operations can proceed without the disruption caused by illegal activities. For NNPC under Mele Kyari, there is no backing down until the menace is curbed. And Joseph Tobere says, instead of paying billions protecting the pipelines, develop the areas near the lines, start opening up the creeks for Nigerians to migrate from the overcrowded areas. By so doing, we will reduce these illegal oil refineries because they operate in hiding. And the last post is from Jasper Aniet Louis, who says, the attention has always been about illegal refineries in the southern parts of the Niger. When is attention going to be focused on illegal mining being perpetrated by foreigners and powerful Nigerians in the northern parts of the Niger? When, he asked. Doctor, do you think there is this so much concentration on the south and we do not focus on the north? Because quite a number of people, I tried to check up other posts, quite a number of people were asking the NNPCL to also, focus on the north because there is so much illegal refinery and also mining going on in the north. Your thoughts?
Oh, well, I think the issue that is before us is the challenge of support stress, according to Caldusk, where you find citizens who are dissatisfied with the way things are.
Okay.
And then, of course, remove support from government, and government get into really more messy. And I think Adams Oshiomhole made his call at the floor of the National Assembly recently, where he advised that government should not deal with miners with kid's glove.
Okay.
If we can have a combined team of the military police, civil defense, navy, fighting in the creeks of the Niger Delta to stop illegal refining, the same energy must be channeled. And that sense of belongingness is what will reinforce patriotism and nationalism in our country.
All right.
And I think it's a real hard time for us to know that the laws that govern refining is the same law that govern mining.
Yeah.
Because all the minerals below the ground belong to the federal government. And therefore, anywhere it is harvested, the same energy must be channeled. I agree with them to that extent.
Okay.
And if everybody is treated equally, then of course we can deal with people who now breaches the rule as criminals.
All right, thank you. What about the suggestion given by Joseph Tobere, who says that the government should try to open up the creeks, make it habitable so that people can migrate from the overcrowded place to that area? When you have people, living, making use of that environment as residential places, then you would have lesser illegal mining around that area.
I don't think it's just the creek alone. The heavy urbanization is already creating a whole lot of discontent in the entire system.
Yeah.
And I think it's high time government began to focus on rural areas and create livable conditions, not just in the creek, even in the desert of Baga, so that we can begin to find attraction to things that are affecting the country. And I think that is what it is.
All right. Thank you so much, Doc. Now we move to our next story this morning. And this next story is introduced by the popular "We no go gree, oh, we no go gree." The Nigeria Labour Congress has announced a rally to hold like form of a protest, against the 50% tariff hike by telecoms, by the telcos rather. Let's see what Nigerians make of this conversation. Rhino Cases says, if you think they have your interest at heart, then you are fooling. Oluwafemi says, this is the weakest set of NLC groups I have ever experienced. It's like they do not exist. Very ineffective. Stephen Abodunde has this to say, tell them their head is paining them. Okay, let me translate that to Yoruba. Orintain, that's what Stephen is saying. They should be told. So tell them their head is paining them. They didn't protest when fuel jumped from 300 to 1,000, which is the root cause of the problem. They were clamoring for minimum wage, which is unsustainable. So telcos shouldn't increase tariff with the way everything keeps going up. Shame on NLC. And Owokwetumo Joinyola says, federal government, this is your cue to pay workers, to pay coppers rather, 77,000 naira. So people would be distracted and not come out to protest, because we know it is this kind of nonsense you always do to distract citizens. Make this one rich copper aside. Make this one rich copper aside this time. Blessing, what do you think? This is one particular rally or exercise that I feel the NLC are not getting the support of Nigerians. A whole lot of Nigerians are saying, NLC, you did not get this one right, because what you are saying is really not realistic. Things have gone up. So why would the telcos not increase their own prices? What do you make of the conversation?
I start by responding to the call member was asking for an increase. I would say you were very mischievous. I could be a coup plotter. So in this, she had to say distract them. But let the distraction favor us.
Yeah.
Okay, so to NLC, first thing I would say to them, you asked for minimum wage increase, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody faulted you. Mm-hmm. And now your wage has gone up. So the businesses that are supplying services, you do not want them to attend to the cost of running, to overhead and every other thing. You expect them to stay same. When prices of goods and services that are inputs into their own production has gone up, how do you expect that to remain? I'll say to them, go home. If you're already on the way to the protest ground, go repair your reputation that has been lost with Nigerians, because Nigerians do not believe in NLC anymore. So I think they have more work to do at home than on the streets. Do you think
they do not believe in NLC, or they do not believe in the leadership of Joe Ajaero?
It's the same thing. It's the same. 6 and half a dozen.
All right, thank you so much, Blessing. We move to our next and final story. I took this particular one during the segment, Something You Do Not Want to Miss, and I thought to bring it here so I can have my guys here in the studios waiting on that. This one is on, EFCC bidders disagree over car auction. I mean, I wanted to bring in my new ride today. I was bidding and all of that, and I saw 1 billion. I like, kilo shell, calm down. People were bidding up to 330 billion naira, 1 billion naira for SUVs. I'm like, this is outrageous. This is laughable, by the way. Let's see what Nigerians are saying concerning this. A whole lot of people have come out on social media to actually drag EFCC over this car auction that happened, a few days ago. This one is actually by J Ice, who says, EFCC, you guys just made us waste our time bidding for audio cars. When you know you want to make it an in-house something, why did you announce to the general public? Is it possible that winning bids of these cars are this ridiculous amount? And Yusuf says, it's either the bidding site was awfully designed or corrupted personnel are manipulating the official EFCC auction today. People are now bidding unreasonable amounts that exceeds market value, and they are not being controlled. Ozo says, the auction you carried out yesterday, 27 January 2025, was rigged with too many irregularities. The auctioneers here are not transparent. Their site was down most of the time. One too many irregularities for an integrity-based organization. And this one is from Isoko Brother, who says, officially FCC, we participated in the auction yesterday under the PSC International. We won the bid for this Camry, but surprisingly, The portal was opened for a few more minutes after it had closed to allow someone come in and outbid us. Check the timestamp. What is going on? And section at Chizitelu says, I have just seen magic happen right before my eyes. A C300 with lot number, you can see the lot number on the screen, that I bid on and won at above 5 million naira just vanished from the auction site. EFCC, now well done. Doc, I mean, EFCC definitely, they've responded to this, saying that they are not in charge of the auction. The auction was carried out by a government-based auctioneer, and that they didn't do it to favor their cronies. But you know the distrust that is right now, you know, between Nigerians and agencies or the government. What do you have to say to this?
Well, I only have one thing to say, and that is to see that all those big money has entered into the government coffers, that the Nigerian government is richer.
Yeah.
I really don't care who buys the vehicle, as long as we have the naira to count.
But there are people who said that the auction was not fair.
Yeah, what I mean is, as long as the naira
Comes in,
and we can find the record that is in government coffers, I really don't bother who buys them.
Okay.
But I think we can do a lot better and also learn from other people in other climes. Somebody had once told me, when you get to United Arab Emirates, you see police driving Lamborghini, public officers riding very beautiful cars.
Yeah.
And I was meant to understand that those cars are proceeds of crimes.
Wow.
Government get them, and then they use it
To better the
for
society.
the betterment
Yeah.
of the system.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to a day when we will no longer be having to spend budget money to buy cars for National Assembly members or Director General of agencies. And then, of course, all these that are confiscated, we can actually distribute it to people who need it. And then we'll not get into this mess of this hand pointing and buck passing.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Blessing for your time.
If you have audio auctioning, you may also have audio money.
Oh, really? But then, how much is C-class that I cannot buy? If not for this auction that went the way it is. Blessing, you would have seen me in my right this morning. But then,
Don't worry, it's another time.
there's another time, right? And we hope this next time it's going to be fair. You know, a lot of people still have this distrust for the agencies of government and the government. And it is very important, it is imperative that the government does everything possible to regain the trust of the people. And this is the end of Post and Perspective for today. We make a return tomorrow for another interesting time. Remember that it does not end here. Sports is coming out on, it's halftime with TC Barra. That will be after this time out.
Financial hub of the country. It housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history. An important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. which the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeliji Adele Road.
There. Welcome to another edition of Halftime right here on Souq News Television. I hope you've been enjoying the front burner with the trio of Blessing Ehichie, Dr. Idahosa, and of course, David Chedu. Let me bring you up to speed with the morning side of sports as we're counting down to the UFC Saudi Arabia fight between Israel Adesanya and Nasruddin Imavov. Well, they are going to be headlining the UFC Saudi Arabia, and Nasruddin Imavov features a various elite combatant. We see the megastar Adesanya, his opponent Imavov, and multiple other fighters competing on the night, and is expected the expectations are big and a lot of money to be going into the accounts of these fighters. Of course, I mean, one blue, 7 apples, you can never understand what that means. Well, Bet MGM, Adesanya's latest fight against Dricus Du Plessis in August 2024, fetched him a total payout of $2.53 million. Meanwhile, from the New York fights, Nasruddin Imavov secured $256,000 for his fight against Roman Dolidze and was expected to bag a $300,000 payout for his matchup against Jared Cannonier. But of this fight were in 2024. Marca also reported that Imavov was to secure $85,000 for his fight against Brenda Allen later in the year. And Israel Adesanya, who's considered the UFC Saudi Arabia star attraction, could potentially receive a fight pause. You know, that goes back to all of the amount that he's made, same ballpark as the previous ones. Although it will be Adesanya's first non-title matchup since 2019, it's a high-profile Riyadh season card, and so a potential dip in pay appears very unlikely. Also, Imavov could possibly secure his biggest payout yet, as Adesanya is his most high-profile opponent. UFC Saudi Arabia, we're going to be telling you about that a lot more on the Inside Sports, so join I and the crew at 4 p.m. when we get to talk about that. From UFC Saudi Arabia, let's take a look at transfers and other stories making the rounds real quick. Well, let me let you know that on the transfer scene, Victor Boniface's move to Al Nassr may have fallen apart. That anticipated transfer to, yet again, big money spending Saudi Arabia may have collapsed after the club decided to sign Aston Villa John Duran instead. Well, the Saudi outfit secured the Colombian striker in a 77 million euros blockbuster deal, and that includes add-ons which suggests that they have ended their pursuit of the Nigerian international. Well, Al Nassr is pulling out at the last minute. Boniface now faces an unexpected situation. The 24-year-old who joined Leverkusen from Union Saint-Gilloise in 2023 for 20 million euros recently signed a contract extension until 2029, and that makes him one of the club's highest earners. He now must shift his focus back to the Bundesliga, where he will look to reclaim his place as the club's first choice striker under Xavi Alonso. And to some tennis story, Emma Raducanu is missing out on some sponsorship deals, but you might not blame her. There's a new crop or a new generation of tennis players coming to the front burner. Anyway, you saw what I did there. A new name is now snatching the lucrative deals with A-list companies. Radicano has also struggled with fitness and form since that famous win in the Big Apple, with her status just outside the top 50 of the WTA rankings, not what the sponsors were hoping for after so much investments in the glamorous Brit. So atop of that list appears to be a Russian teenager, Mira Andreeva. She's just been unveiled as one of the new faces of Rolex. She was a French Open semi-finalist last year and has also appeared in the 4th round of the Australian Open and Wimbledon. She has also reached the last 8 in the 3 WTA 1000 tournaments and has shown a far more impressive level of consistency if you put her side by side with Radicano, even though the 17-year-old is a lot younger. There's a little, a little information going around about the deal, what the Rolex deal is worth. But the luxury watch brand only links up with the biggest names in sports and tends to pay fees to their chosen clients that reflects the level of excellence. Well, just before we wrap it up, let me let you know that Roman Abramovich could owe United Kingdom £1 billion. Yes, the sanctioned Russian oligarch could be indebted to United Kingdom, and that's after a botched attempt to avoid tax on hedge fund investments, as we have evidence making rounds according to major news outlets. So leaked papers revealed investments worth $6 billion, that's about 4.7 billion pounds, were routed through companies in the British Virgin Islands, and some evidence suggests that they were managed from the UK, so that should have been taxed there. Some of the money that funded Chelsea Football Club. Yeah, I did that when Abramovich owned the club. And so, he's just been involved in some scheme. The investigations are going on. But the oligarch's lawyer said he always obtained independent expert professional tax and legal advice. I don't know what that means and how that would help, but then I'm sure, investigations would unravel the details in due time. And that's how much I would be going, or how far I'll be going on the show today. And I'll be asking you to join me tomorrow, right here, same time, West African time, on the show. My name is Temple Barra, and I've got Blessing Iche ready to take you back.
Thank you so much, TC Barra, for those exciting news on sport you just gave to us. Thank you so much for watching. This is what we draw the curtain on to this edition of the front burners in Souq News TV. I'm excited. I need to get on now to where the party is happening. We all need to be there and welcome you to join us. You're free to send us some congratulatory messages. Just hashtag front burners. Congratulations Souq News TV. Congratulations the Isle 104.9 FM, so that we know that you are with us on this. Tomorrow will be another time to light up the front burners here. I'm blessing that you choose to have yourself a lovely day, and take Souq News TV, the Isle FM, with you.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass, and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke, and he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped, because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we would go to Ijebu, we would go to Benin, we would go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts. My dad would pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing. Whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. Designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. the ease of doing business in Nigeria as an investor myself, a foreign investor, as well as being an indigent in Nigeria. The problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money into it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, That has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. You know, Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God and the deities. As we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also Chinawood, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a egusi for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo, Nigeria. I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person. in so many professions. And do you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches. And I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having a 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 99, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. that girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Looking back, my village is nice. Urban, it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so, my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So, usually, you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5 and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them in the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University where I am now, when I walk out, you have this what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain feeling I get, because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School, it used to be called St. John's, but by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education, in the then Bender State. There were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGA, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. We were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. Today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM. Must have written JAM about 3 times. You write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, Ambrosali, now Ambrosali. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting.
It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Utia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. He was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. There was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but that program turned out to be very exciting for me, because I had interest in writing. And as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. It was titled The Oasis. And that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died. So nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, went back to Lagos. But it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, it was something, it was, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, And my earliest heroes were, Pa Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. In terms of his commitment, patriotism, and disinterestedness in himself. A man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. So those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school. And I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's thesis. So the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. We led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this and they brought the rice and we didn't see the cow. So I led a boycott of it. It got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. Everybody was leaving. So made about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. We still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. So eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, we calmed down and allowed the process to go on. So that was one example earliest example of, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. E.C. Mamadou. He's now a German resident. He graduated from Ife, Bafina University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one, like I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read The Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. Science and its relation to social life. So that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-During, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-During will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, even though I was squatting, at that time. And what we did by, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos, Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratek, Bengal Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in UNIMED, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union. I brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madogi Timmy Phillips. Atlanta died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madogi Timmy, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyanze is also late now, that led to crisis at the university. Because I won the whole of Akoka campus, they rigged it at Idiaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Idiaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. At think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our council was Femi Falana. So, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. And so it became a landmark judgment. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. I was the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my result was when it was eventually released. I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis, and we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Okunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we were on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. You know, some of the alumni of Souq, many prominent people, you know, Long, the former minister, was an alumnus of Souq, of that center. Orelokpe, who is in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, you know, to train in the Souq Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, you know, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, you know, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, you know, in political science. You know, so, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, you know, it's liberating. It's about, you know, how to transform the society. And it's about, you know, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, you know. And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. You know, one of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. You know, IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. You know, the way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at each point in time define, you know, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, you know, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you know, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. You know, it doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, you know, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, you know, and the social measures, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, are being eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, you know, things with you. He will give you food, he will give you, share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them. And elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfemu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitutional making, you have what we call, there's what we call people's led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, taught about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I thought it was almost about 50%, resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list. the exclusive legislative list, and compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. You know, it was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, you know, to the states. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, you know, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, you know, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. You know, creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, you know, more powers should be devolved, you know, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. You know, electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. You know, and which other one? Railway is now concurrent. You know, so for me, that's some, you know, some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. You know, largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, you know, system, the polity. You know, therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, you know, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, you know, should exercise some measure of autonomy, you know, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, I mean, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, you know. So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, you know, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, you know, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, you know, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, you know, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, you know. Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, you know, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, you know, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. You know, the question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, you know, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LGL as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. State had, Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU Zaria. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities. The tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other, sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not, prioritized. So that has created problems, between academic staff, union, and the Nigerian government. Autonomy, happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, but creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, ASUU has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And ASUU doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document ASUU produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was ASUU that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. ASUU provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. ASUU said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. ASUU then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So ASUU will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what ASUU does, And I would say that ASUU is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget, because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all, except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, I mean, were very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like BJ Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are leaving in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today in office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted.
This project, and we know this is something that I do. So I thank every single person that will make this program a reality, this project a reality, and we God reward you accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
A round of applause for our chairman. Thank you so much, President. Thank you. We'll take some goodwill messages just before the concert. Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been waiting for is here. The very reason for which we're all gathered here is upon us. We'll just move. We're going to quickly invite the patron for this occasion, Mama Julie Koka, to lead the distinguished guests, and also Papa Uwafemi Ajayi to lead our distinguished guests towards this very, very important activity of this occasion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed history live before our eyes. Launch of the Souq News TV and the I-104.9 FM began here, and we were doing the exploit to be part of the story. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to spell. All right. We're going to spell Jesus, and at the last S, we'll cut this to the glory of God and to the disruption of the media industry for good, and to bring about the change that we so desire in the industry. So we're going to spell now. Give me a J. J. Give me an E. E. Give me an S. S. And a very big U. And this final S should be the loudest, and give me an S! Yes! Congratulations to the president, to the patron, and to every other guest who said thank you very much. Now we take a tour of the facility. You are about to witness one of the finest studios that exists. We're going to take these big packets, maybe 2 lines. Please, let's just align ourselves 2 lines and 10 people at the same time. All right, let's go. All right. Okay, so this is the entrance. The exit is on the other side. So, all right, I think we'll just hold on now. That's all. Thank you. So we go in 10s, a group of 10s. I hope you've enjoyed every moment here. What you see here is just like
This is our studio. Here we can do some magic. Here is our steel set. And we currently are live from here today. We had a 3-hour stream this morning from this set. and it is a beauty to behold. Thank you very much for doing this support. Please come inside, come inside, come inside. The whole idea is we know business news and reporting can be very boring. So the green screen is to help and enable us make reporting business very creative. That when we're talking about a market, we are going to talk about Alaba market, we can actually project it from this studio. And you see our reporter right here in the studio, and you think that he is actually in Alaba market. Yeah. And the beauty of what we have is also that we have a podcast and a radio that is synced to this studio, and it is live. What is going on in this studio, we get the audio in the radio. What is going on in the radio, we got the audio and the visual on the TV at the same time. And I think it's only Bloomberg that has achieved that. We are the first to be able to sync both audio and video in radio and TV together using technology. We don't run computers like people used to do. We have just digital equipment that we can stream live from any destination, location where we have a program, and we are there, our equipment are recording there, and then it's live on the studio here. This is the place to be. We want you to partner with us as we make this a big dream for Africa. The beauty and the philosophy for us is not to talk about things that are not good about us. Here in Souq News, we celebrate what is good about us. We are here to paint the good picture about Nigeria and Africa. We are not reporting Africa from American perspective, we are reporting Africa from African perspective. We don't want to take our camera to be slum, like CNN do to us. We want to take our camera to Ikoyi City, to Banana Island, to places that are beautiful, so that the West also know that good things happen here, that it's not just poverty that is in Africa. That is what we are about, and that is the dream that is beginning today. We thank you for being part of it.
Thank you. That's amazing.
So let's go to the radio and see where the singing happens. Well done. Thank you so very much. All right. Sorry. This is our MCR. The technology we use is called augmented reality and asymmetry. And this enables us to sync real life scenarios in the studio. So we can shoot a movie, a full movie, using different locations with the augmented reality by just changing the set and the scene on the green screen. And these things are transformed in this system, and you see the real story on the outside. Technology has come to change the way the world is, and we are leveraging technology to be the best in Africa. We are not competing with anybody, we are the competition. That is what we say. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Send the logo to yourself. Search your name. Search your name and have it.
Thank you so much. Yes, we have a lot of programs, but we're always very ready for collaborations. So if you have a dream program, we can sit down and work it out. Yes, of course. Yes, of course we do. And we're going to be very
Indeed.
calling Teke, and blessed to be the head of station to the Isle, 104.9. And like you can hear, it's a radio station dedicated to the core of our existence. I mean, what would life be without business? What would life be without economy? What would life be without development? The truth is, these are areas that most media houses pay lip service to. Instead of talking about development, they spend time talking about politics and other things. I'm not saying politics is bad, but you know, they report bad news. On the Isle, you would hardly hear bad news. Not that bad things are not happening, but we want to amplify the good things of our society. We have a show called The Good Nigeria Show to instill the sense of responsibility. You know, something that will remind us that as Nigerians, we're not fraudsters. We are a great people. We are the greatest nation of the earth. You know, and we're the smartest on the earth. Even the smartest, so to speak, call us the smartest on the earth. That means that aspect of our life and our story must be told. And that is why we're here. And of course, the Nigerian economy, the entire Nigerian economy is driven by small businesses. I mean, if you look from the nano to the micro to the macro, you know, these are the businesses running our economy. We don't give them, we don't spotlight them as much. We rely on foreign reports about us. So we are here to bring you first-hand information. Not just reporting the news, we connect you to the stories. We'll let you feel, you'll be able to relate and say, yes, I know what this is. So it's not radio like you've known it, it's something very different. And we are pioneering this course, and we believe that with the support of everyone, we'll be able to achieve more. So I'll go to the equipment. This is a live studio for broadcast. And you can see we have a guest. We also, it's a visual radio, as you can see. We have top-notch cameras to make sure that whenever we're broadcasting, it's streamed live. And, you know, we can be seen all around the world. Also, just right behind you, you have our podcast space. I mean, we're moving with the time with technology. So that's where we shoot different series of podcasts. Not the slides that we talk about, bomb, and like, no, the kind of podcast that will inspire people and, you know, actually drive the kind of change we need. And that's what we're here. We're just different. So that's the podcast space. And then you can see a screen here. And that's our TV station. That's the TV station there showing the Souq. All right. So you can always have your rest assured that you are kept intact. I mean, this is the Isle Studio, 104.9 FM. Please remember the dial. Remember business, economy, development, and then take the word out there. You come here, you've seen it. Let them know that it's something new. And it's not the regular radio station. You will never hear bad news here. We'll bring you good news. Enough of bad news. You know, as a broadcaster in some other stations, in the morning, I would have to see a therapist because the news would literally weigh me down to go home and start fighting with my wife. But that will not happen here because we amplify the good news. That's that for the radio station. We know that everyone here is an ambassador to this station. Take the word out there and make sure you tune to the station so that we can move as fast as possible. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Bayo. Thank you. Okay, put it long.
What's that text?
Put it long.
So that's our focus. As you can see, this is a live studio for radio broadcast, and that side is where we have a live broadcast. And our broadcast is a visual broadcast. We have cameras everywhere to ensure that we don't cut the people online and that we can don't move with the time. Also, I mean, like I mentioned, there's a lot of negative perception about Nigeria. But I know this is the best nation in the world. We have the smartest minds here. Enough of calling us superstars, enough of bringing stories that we know is true.
They do like that in this now. Tell them now. Tell us.
That these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics.